and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime, all black, all the time.
is that the state plans on calling Detective Thorpe next or coming up sometime soon. Detective Thorpe is the investigator, the lead investigator on the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford homicide, double homicide. I have not received, and quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. I haven't received any reports from Detective Thorpe. Now, typically there's an initial investigative report, but my understanding from Ms. Hilton is he wasn't the initial homicide investigator. But I have not received a report indicating it. I'm trying to describe it. When I'm representing someone charged with a homicide, typically there's, it could be 50 pages or whatever. It's a summary and it goes through all the things that they did as part of their work. I don't know, it may be an issue because this case is open and pending and not solved. I don't know why that hasn't been released, at least some rough drafts of the report. My concern is this. I believe that the state is going to try to elicit from Detective Thorpe that while no arrests have been made, while no charges have been filed, their chief suspects are YFN members or if gang members. I don't know how they're going to verbalize it. But to say that we haven't arrested anyone, but this is who we suspect, and then also I can't get a copy of their rough reports to even check behind that and check behind the work, I think is inappropriate, and it handcuffs me. So I'm asking for the rough drafts of the reports. Now, Ms. Hilton did tell me that she's not planning on going into deep detail with this case, and I think she said she was planning on asking like 5 questions. That may mitigate some of my need for the rough drafts of the reports. However, I would definitely absolutely oppose any conclusions of who did this or who's suspected of doing this or anything like that unless I'm given the materials to evaluate that and cross-examine that effectively.
All right, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. So as it relates to Investigator Thorpe, the investigation is still open and pending. And so generally, the reports are not issued until the investigation is completed. And then once that case is turned over, there is a complete.
Yeah, I would suspect that generally you don't call the detective to testify to a pending investigation. So that, is it available for the defense attorneys to be able to review before examining this witness? He's going to be testifying as to it, correctly? Correct?
Well, he was testifying to certain facts, of which is a report that that the defense already had, which was the date of the incident, the location of the incident, and the individuals involved in the incident. And that report has been given to defense counsel in discovery. As it relates to any further information regarding the suspects or the fact that they believe that this shooting was a targeted gang shooting, that information has been developing over the course of the 2 years that this case has been open and pending. I know there is a draft. I do not know if APD releases that draft because it's still a pending investigation. So
do you have it?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not. I only have the initial report that has been turned over.
Okay. Has the defense talked to Detective Thorpe about this at all? I mean, if y'all just ask him questions,
And Mr. Sharp brought it to my attention during the break. And so that's the only reason why I know there's a draft, because I went and asked Investigator Thorpe, but until it was brought to my attention,
I was actually asking Mr. Sharp if they had asked Detective Thorpe anything, which they're certainly, able to do.
I have not. I mean, the plan for Detective Thorpe to testify about this incident was new to me because I thought the
Right, it was
old-
new as of what, this weekend when we
Right.
got new witness list?
So I have not spoken to him about it,
Mm-hmm.
but, you
Well,
know, and quite frankly, I'd want the reports.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to see if we can get the reports, even if they're draft reports, if this detective is going to be testifying about what's in those reports. And we can do it with an instruction that it can not be released to others and that it, can be just used for the purposes of this examination. I mean, I'm fine with putting some strictures on it. And maybe instead of having him next, is he here available right now?
He's here,
Okay, we could maybe take another witness and then give the lunch break for the defense attorneys to be able to talk to Detective Thorpe.
Yes, they can surely talk to Investigator Thorpe at the lunch hour. He'll be available. As far as the releasing of that report, given the sensitive nature of it, we don't have it.
If you're going to have him testify to it, though, then
But he was testifying to what is in the report that they already have. They already have the report that has who the individuals were.
okay, well, I mean, do y'all want to come up to the bench and we'll review what the testimony is going to be?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Or actually, why don't we do this when we break for lunch? And we'll maybe just take a little bit longer break. Can y'all just call a different witness for now? All right, let's get the jury out, call a different witness, and we'll deal with this after that. Thank you.
It's Christopher Butler, CHRSTAPHER, BUTLER.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Smith, do you mind grabbing one of those mics that move and speak into that so everybody can hear you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Great, thanks.
Lieutenant Butler, where are you employed?
I'm with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
A little over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to Special Victims Unit.
All right. As of March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was a sergeant with the homicide unit at that time.
Okay. Can you tell the jury some of your, what your role was and your responsibilities within the homicide unit?
So I worked on evening watch. So our hours were 2 to night, and we would respond to any homicide, any kind of suspicious death, suicide. So anytime an officer would raise us, we'd respond out to that location.
Now, are you familiar with with VIC cameras?
Yes, those are our cameras that are around the city.
Okay. And what are they?
So basically, the city has cameras around the city. Some of them they record all the time, and some of them are license plate readers, which we refer to as LPRs. And currently, businesses are allowed to let us have access to let us know there's cameras there. They kind of operate like security cameras, basically.
Okay. And what is the VIC unit within APD?
Our VIC unit's manned by sworn and civilians. It's a video integration center. So we have people up there 24 hours a day monitoring the cameras. So if a crime occurs, we can radio to them and they can start looking into it off scene while we're handling the scene.
Now, are you familiar with GDOT cameras?
GDOT, that's our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. So through our VIC unit, we have access to their cameras as well. And those usually monitor the highways.
Now, can you tell the jury how GDOT cameras operate?
So they're different than ours. Ours are live stream and they record. GDOT cameras don't record. So like when you're watching the news and you're seeing the traffic ebb and flow, GDOT, they just keep going. They don't record, so we can't go back and ask for a recording. They're just live stream.
Okay. Now, is the VIC unit able to look at an integrated map and tell which cameras are working?
Yes. So the way it works, it's kind of, we just have a program and it kind of works like Google Earth and Google Maps. You can zoom in and out. And when we zoom out or zoom in, it narrows down on that and tells us what cameras are there. So whether it's ours or a school, or if it's a GDOT camera, it'll tell us what cameras are there and if they're working or not.
Okay. And if it's a G camera, it's real time, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your role, is it routine to look at this?
Yeah, typically it would come on a location. An officer would respond to the scene and raise us on radio. So before we would respond, I would typically, given the type of crime, if it's on a street or a parking lot location, I'd try to pull up and see if we had any cameras in the area.
Now, is there any kind of correlation between the VIC cameras, the LPR cameras, and the GDOT cameras?
They're just all manned by the same system that we can access. GDOT has their main hub, we have ours.
And you mentioned LPR system. Can you tell the jury what LPR is?
So it's short for license plate readers, and typically they're just all around the city. They basically are just, their main job is to run tags. Every tag that runs through there, it captures it, takes a picture, and then if we, for investigative purposes, need to locate a vehicle, we can put in the license plate and it'll run it through the system and tell us it'll give us a picture, what intersection and time that it hit.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to March 14th, 2022. Did you assist in the investigation of a murder at Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes, I was on duty at that time.
Okay. And tell the jury what you did.
So typically, the officer would raise us on radio and let us know that they had a male deceased in a vehicle. And like I stated, before we left the office, I went ahead and pulled up our cameras. And we were able to locate that GDOT had a camera that was pointing at 20 in Windsor, so I-20 in Windsor. And it captured that intersection where the crime scene was. And at that time, the camera was actually frozen. So before I left the office, I took a screenshot of it just for preservation, because I didn't know if the camera was going to come back on. And then we would respond to the scene. So myself and other detectives would respond out to the scene, and typically we task them out with different responsibilities, whether it's evidence collection, speaking with witnesses. And I kind of just oversee all that and coordinate with crime scene and the medical examiner and notifying other people.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish what's already been admitted as States 64, Victor, Victor. Lieutenant Butler, I think there's a pointer right behind you. If you can tell the jury what's depicted in state Victor.
Right, so that's going to be the intersection of Windsor. So the way the camera is facing, it's actually it's pointing south on Windsor Street. And you can see there the car at the intersection is where the decedent was sitting. And that was just the camera was frozen. So it was sitting there. It just happened to be frozen when we needed it.
Now, is this a G-dot camera or a VIC camera?
It's a G-dot camera.
Okay. And the G-dot camera was frozen.
Correct.
Is it typical for them to freeze?
It just depends. I mean, ours do it. It's technology. Sometimes it, works all the time, and sometimes it just goes down.
Okay. Do you know why this one was frozen?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what else did you do?
So we responded out to the scene. Also, when we got out there, we didn't know the vehicle's license plate. So after processing the scene and coordinating with ID or crime scene technicians, we go back to the office, and I took the vehicle's tag and ran it through our license plate readers just to find out where they've been traveling. And so I was able to determine from there, earlier in the evening, that vehicle was caught traveling just northbound towards that intersection.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Butler, I have just handed you what's been pre-marked as states 121, Victor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this would be our typical, it's a query of that tag and the camera in that area to see what vehicles have passed through that intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the query you ran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 121, Victor.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, publishing states 121, Victor. Okay. Lieutenant Butler, if you could kind of walk the jury, what is depicted in states 121, Victor?
So basically, it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
Court indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
Lieutenant Sergeant or Lieutenant?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in the office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending on how the business wants they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no, not that I could locate.
What do you mean not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are always getting installed. So at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
That I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving, in your position, did DOT cameras ever report?
No.
No, probably not.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State Laws, Officer Johnson.
Raise your right hand. This one first, just want to give it a truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Demetrius Johnson, DEMETRIUS Johnson, JOHNSON.
You may.
Good morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
Coming up 6 years.
All right. And what unit are you presently assigned to?
Presently, I'm assigned to Zone 3 Day Watch.
All right. And going back to March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 3 Evening Watch.
All right. And what were the hours of Zone 3 Evening Watch?
3 p.m. to 8 p.m.
All right. Can you tell the jury some of your responsibilities and what your role was at Zone 3 Evening Watch?
As an officer, you just there to protect, serve, patrol, answer 911 calls, help out citizens, make sure everybody's safe and okay.
Okay. Turning your attention to March 14th, 2022, did you respond to a call at Windsor Street and I-20 ramp?
I did.
All right. What was the nature of that call?
It was a signal. Well, it was a person shot call that came up.
Okay. And when you responded, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was by myself.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
I would say roughly around right before 10:30, around that time, something like that.
Okay. Now, what did you observe when you arrived?
What I observed, it was a red light. I was in my patrol car, and I seen a vehicle, and I just figured that it would just stop at the red light. And then I happened to look over, and that's when I seen the bullet holes. I got out of my car, and I seen a male kind of just slump in the driver's seat.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I immediately got on radio to confirm the person was shot. And I believe it was a citizen out there talking with me. I just basically just tried to secure the scene until more units arrive, supervisors arrive. That's pretty much what I had did.
Okay. About how long were you on scene before units arrived on scene?
I was just the closest officer to it. So I would say about 3 minutes when the next unit arrived.
And you said that you were the closest officer to it. Why is that?
Well, I was being prepared to end my shift. I was heading to the precinct when the call came up. I was actually on Fulton Street, right by the juvenile courthouse. And, once you get to Windsor, it's just right there. So I was like, well, let me just go and check it out. And that's how I was just the closest officer there.
Okay. I'm not going to publish what's already been admitted as States 67, Victor. And while we wait for that, Officer Johnson, can you tell the jury what direction did you what side of the vehicle were you on? Did you approach the vehicle?
I approached the vehicle on the passenger side when I seen it, I believe. I haven't really looked back at the video, so I believe that I approached on the passenger side.
Sure. So right behind you, there's a ruler, and then there's also on the screen now what's depicted in State 67, Victor.
Okay.
If you could turn around and kind of orient the jury of what's depicted in 67, Victor.
So pretty much.
There should be a pointer somewhere. I don't know where it is.
So as stated, it was a red light, and I noticed the brakes lights were still on. So I knew somebody was still holding the brakes. I really can't. I believe I approached on this side. Like I said, I haven't looked back at the video.
Okay.
But I knew it was a single car there.
Okay.
And when I approached the car, that's when I saw the male.
Okay, you can have a seat. Now going to publish what's already been admitted, 72, Victor. And while it's on the screen now. And please tell the jury what's depicted in state 72, Victor.
So pretty much here, it's definitely when I was able to confirm that it was defects from gunfire that went through the vehicle and where I saw the mail. As you can see, the glass shattered. There was some on the door as well.
Okay. You can have a seat. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Officer Johnson, showing you what's been trademarked as states 76, Victor. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is what I saw when I approached the vehicle, pretty much him being slumped, with his head canted, and I could tell he wasn't alert, conscious, or breathing.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that night?
Very accurate.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 76, Victor.
Admitted.
Now publishing states 76, Victor. And Officer Johnson, if you could just describe to the jury what's depicted in state 76, Victor.
So as stated, once I saw the mail, this is the exact position he was in, but his foot was still holding the brake, and it was still in drive. So I became concerned with, the car potentially just rolling off. So, because he was still holding the brakes.
Okay. You can have a seat. And what did you do next?
I know I can't recall which officer, I believe it was a supervisor that came out there. And like I said, our attention switched to, let's just put this car in park because it was still in drive. We didn't want it to go rolling off. So that's what we did. I can't recall if I leaned in to put it in park. That it was my effort and somebody else that actually put it in park.
And after you guys put the car in park, what else did you do?
I remember I was trying to look for like shell casings. I don't know if I seen any. It was just standing by for additional units to come. I was also in to block off the side of a road so no cars can pass through. As I stood by and waited for homicide, because I was first on scene, so homicide wanted to speak with me on the watch unit.
Did you prepare any reports of this case?
No, I didn't do any reports. No. Typically, homicide handles these types of cases. They just collect my statement, and I guess they do the report.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseborough?
My attention was focused on the car. I believe it was the citizen kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off for my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with
No, there was
anything like that.
No, it was just that car, and nobody was in that car. It was. Yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drink's foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that, in the picture, does this picture, and it's 72 BV for the purposes of record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk
Mhm.
past where if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
You know, when I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. It could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived.
Yes, from what I can recall, the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, officer.
Oh,
Call your next witness.
State calls former crime scene technician Davis to the stand, and Your Honor, while she's approaching the stand, could I approach?
You may. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. With this next witness, who's a crime scene tech, there are going to be some photos displayed that are graphic. So I'm warning everybody in the courtroom to prepare yourselves. And also I'd ask the media if you'll just please focus on the witness and not on the pictures on the screen. Thank you. All right. Come on up. Next witness.
You raise your hand. I'm sure I've heard this one here. And if you pronounce your first and last name into the mic loudly and spell your first and last name.
Mhm. Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
How are you doing, Officer Davis?
I'm well, and yourself?
Doing well. Are you currently a code enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
Before doing that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
What do you do in your current role?
Inspect properties that are in violation.
When did you move to that when previously being a crime scene technician?
July 4th of this year,
How long were you a crime scene technician?
5 years.
And previous to that time as a crime scene technician, did you work for any other law enforcement agencies?
Well, I started with the city in September of 2018 as a recruit, a police recruit. But no, this is my first law enforcement agency.
And I wanted to turn your attention to March 14th of 2022 for a crime scene that you reported to.
Yes.
And when you came up to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity before testifying that stack of photos and folder to look through some photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab and ask to the witness for what's marked as State's Exhibit 65, Victor Victor through 115, with 4 of these exhibits admitted, so absent 69, 70, 76, and 72.
All right.
And Officer Davis, with those photographs you look through, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene you responded to that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 65 through 115 minus those 4 omissions.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, around what time or how did you end up to arrive on that scene?
I get what's called raised on the radio. An officer calls in and says, we have a homicide raised crime scene, and the person next in the rotation, I happened to be next in the rotation. I answered the call and they said it was on Windsor Street.
And did you end up arriving to Windsor Street?
Yes, I did.
Roughly around what time did you arrive?
I didn't look at the time on the report, but I worked morning watch, which was 11 at night until 7 in the morning. So it was somewhere in between that time.
That's fair. Would looking at a copy of your crime scene report help refresh when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm handing the witness a document that I will mark later for the record's purposes is 65 Victor Victor Zulu. And does look at that report, if it refreshes your memory, just look up at me.
Yeah.
What time did you arrive on scene?
A little after 11, excuse me, a little after 12.
Okay. Now, with you, what's your process when you arrive to a homicide crime scene like this? What are the first steps that you personally do and did in this case?
Well, first you have to let radio know where you are, that you've arrived at your scene. So I get back on the radio and say that I've arrived. Then I look for an officer on the scene or an investigator and ask them to give me a walkthrough. And the walkthrough is just showing you what they have, where items of evidentiary value are located. So you ask for a walkthrough so that you prepare your mind, and then you just start photographing your scene.
Now, I'm going to publish, it's going to come up both on that laptop and also on a screen behind you, what's been admitted as 65 Victor Victor. And when you arrive on a scene, do you typically take either an overall photograph or some way to orient where that crime scene is?
Yes.
And is 65 Victor, well, it's going to come up here in a second. And while we're pulling that up, I'm going to give you the hard copy stack. Is that first photograph
That I'm at the light right under Windsor Street, and you go underneath the underpass to make the left to get on 20.
now? I'm going to publish what's as 66 Victor Victor. And is this the vehicle that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 67 Victor Victor. Now, was this this car when you arrived, was it in this location and in this form?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 66. There's no 67 in here. Just respond to what I see.
Look
It
at
was
the
pre-
screen, it should be
yes.
on the screen.
I see. Thank you.
It was
Yes.
admitted a little earlier.
Okay. Yes, that was the vehicle.
And this has 3 lanes of traffic.
Yes, 2 going straight and 1 making the right turn.
Now, I wanted to publish 68 Victor Victor. What was the tag number on this car?
RKM 9343. It was a Texas tag out of state.
And it had the brake lights on when you arrived?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 69 Victor Victor. Now, when you respond to a crime scene such as this that involves a vehicle, is it important to take photographs of different angles of that car?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Just to orient you so you can clearly see when I stepped back further, you're catching more of the street and the lights.
And when you arrived, was the door, do you recall if the door was open like this?
Yes, the door was open. If the door was closed, it would not have been open until the medical examiner came and opened it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or if fire came, they may have opened it, but I don't open doors.
That makes sense. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as 70 Victor Victor. And I'm going to go to a closer up of 72 Victor Victor. Now, where were the defects in this vehicle, if any?
On the passenger side, more on the passenger side, and just 1 on the driver's side.
And we're going to walk through some that are closer up, but I wanted to, so primarily were they concentrated on the passenger side versus the driver?
Correct.
I'm going to publish 73 Victor Victor. And do you see any defect? And we'll zoom in just a little bit on the left side of that window.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you and use real quickly, there's a wooden pointer. If you would be so kind, or if you could be so kind to just point out any defects you see.
From here or where?
Using the big screen so the jury can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you need my help, I can use the pointer.
You have a defect here, here, and here, or that might be a leaf.
We'll have a picture that is a little bit closer here. So I'm going to publish 74 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of those first 2 defects?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 75. Inside of that front passenger door.
I don't see it in the door.
But this is this is
inside
opening.
the interior front passenger door.
Thank you. Now I'm going to publish 76 Victor Victor. Now, what do we have in this photograph?
You always take a photograph of all sides if you possibly can. So it's to establish what's going on the passenger side, and that I can see what's going on the driver's side.
And in this vehicle, did you collect or identify any items?
Yes.
What were they?
There was a firearm in the front passenger seat right here.
And
Is there any way that you can reorient yourself so that you're facing the jury? Just maybe scoot back here and
Sorry,
that's okay.
is that better?
that is perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to publish 77 Victor Victor. Is this a close up of the firearm you were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is the glass underneath or on top of that firearm?
On top.
And what window was it in the car that was
Shattered.
shattered?
The front driver, front passengers?
And is that the window immediately next to where that firearm and glass is?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 78, Victor Victor. Is this a photograph from the opposite side, the driver's side?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 79. And is this a closer up photograph?
Yes, so this would be my photo called overall a victim in front driver's seat.
And do you see his feet in this photograph?
On the pedals, like he was waiting at the light.
And what direction is his head resting? Is it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
I'm going to publish 80, Victor Victor. Is this a close up? I'm going to go to 81. This photograph, where is his left hand?
On his left thigh.
And is that where his hand was when you processed this scene?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 82, Victor Victor. Is this another angle from what would be the passenger viewpoint?
Yes.
And where is his right hand?
I think I don't know if it was in his pants or his jacket.
We will have a photo here in just a second. I'm going to go to 83, Victor Victor. Is this the back seat of the car?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to move to 84. Now, do you see more clearly these defects in the passenger door here?
Yes, there's the one there on the door handle. And the one here and the one in the window. There could have been one here. That's why it shattered, but I can't say for certain.
And you remember that first photograph or one of the first photographs we introduced where it showed the 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes.
So if I was seated or a vehicle was seated in that middle lane immediately to the right of that car, if shots were fired, would it enter that side of the vehicle?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to publish 85, Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 86. Now, what do we have here?
A latent print.
Now, what did you do or were you ever requested to do anything with this latent print?
To recover it and submit it to the latent department.
How does that process work? And I'm going to go to 87 while you, Victor Victor, while you describe this.
You will look for a latent print, you photograph it, you mark it just so that it's in a frame, give you an idea of the size of it. You lift it, then you fill out the card, you submit it to the latent team, and they'll come back and tell you if you got a hit or not.
And have you had to do that sometimes for crime scenes you've responded to?
I'm sorry.
Have you had to collect a latent print? Is it usually at the request of either an investigator or officer?
It's at the request of an investigator if they see something. But if you're looking for a print, as the crime scene technician, you're always looking for prints. I saw that's something you look for. It's part of your job.
It's hard to unsee it once you. I'm going to go to 88, Victor Victor. Now, is this the driver's side door?
Yes, it is.
And do you see a defect on this door?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Now, in relation to the door, is that defect higher or lower on the door?
Lower.
I'm going to go to 89, Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that driver's side door?
Yes, this is the interior front driver's door.
Do you see, that defect that we just discussed on the outside of the driver door?
Yes.
Do you see any defect on the inside of this door?
Yes, right here.
And that was the only defect on the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 90, Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of that defect?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 91, Victor Victor. Now, on a homicide scene that you process, you've described or you initially take photographs of the deceased victim as they are when you arrive. Is that?
Yes.
And then do you ever take photographs of the scene, or in this case, the vehicle with them removed?
Yes.
And who handles or moves? How does that work?
The medical examiner removes the deceased.
And then you continue to photograph whatever crime scene, in this case, the vehicle that you were processing?
Yes, or I do it immediately after because I'm still focusing on the victim that has been removed. So then I'll start photographing them. Once the medical examiner removes them, then I will photograph in the vehicle.
And is this one of the first photographs that you captured or took after the victim had been removed from the car? I'm going to publish 92 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the driver's side of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what do we have on the driver's side seat?
We call it reddish brown stains because we can't say blood, but,
Understood.
and it looks like biological evidence here, but I'm not sure, but it's reddish brown stains.
I'm going to publish 93 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
And what is that in the middle?
I believe it was a chain. I'm not sure. I thought it was a gold chain.
And this is the driver's side seat.
Yes.
I'm going to publish 94 Victor Victor. Now, is this a photograph of the deceased victim after being removed from the car?
Yes. And after his hands have been bagged by the medical examiner.
And is this process from the medical examiner?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 95 Victor Victor. Now, is this a close-up of the deceased victim?
Well, it's more of a close-up of the defect in his neck.
And where is that?
Right here.
And is that the left or right side of his neck?
Right.
And is it that spot right there in the middle of that blood trail?
It's right here.
I'm going to publish 96 Victor Victor. Do you see any defects in this jacket?
Yes, there was one on his right arm.
I'm going to publish 97 Victor Victor. Is that a close-up of the defect in his right arm?
It's a close-up of the defect in his jacket.
Understood. I'm going to go to 98 Victor Victor. Thank you for that. Is this a photograph of his arm?
Yes, this is an overall of the defect, overall of right arm with defect in his arm.
And does that correspond with the right shoulder defect in the jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 99 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 100 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 101 Victor Victor. 102 Victor Victor. Now, and 103 Victor Victor. With some of these photographs, do you take photographs of the victim in different angles after in a homicide crime scene after they have been removed by the Fulton County Medical Examiner?
As you do the front of them, when the medical examiner turns them over, you do the back of them, and then you do the back of their head.
Now, in this case, you had mentioned the firearm. Is that placard number 1, the firearm that you found in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 104 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that with the placard number 1?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I removed it. I take it back to the annex. I put it in a super glue chamber and you process it for prints. And then after you do that, you submit it upstairs to the crime lab and they do ballistic testing to see if it's been used in any other crime.
And you, in this case, basically, when you have firearms on a scene, you will collect them and preserve them like you just described.
Yes, an officer makes it safe. I don't touch it until they make it safe with gloves on their hands, and then it's put in a box and I take it back to the to my office.
And did you do that process in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go to 105 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph of the firearm you collected and put in the evidence box?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 106, Victor, Victor. And then you take a close-up of the serial number.
Yes.
107. Now, what is placard number 2?
They discovered a cell phone in his pocket.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was collected and turned over to one of the investigators on the scene.
And I'm going to go to 108, Victor, Victor. Now, do you see that sticker that's on the vehicle now?
Yes,
What is this process?
it's just to note the defect. So this was the defect in the front driver exterior door.
I'm going to go to 109, Victor, Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect in the front driver door?
Yes,
And do you mark it with sticker A?
yes,
Now, are you able to tell from looking at this if that is was created from a, or if that is either an entry or exit wound of the vehicle, so to speak?
I'm not a specialist, but what I've seen from doing this is that when it has this little bend here, it looks like it came out. If it was going in, it would be more dented in. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you had 3 defects on the right side of the car, right?
Yes.
And this was the only defect on the left?
On
On the driver's side, I should say.
front driver's door.
I'm going to go to 110, Victor, Victor. Do you also capture the defects on the right side of the vehicle?
That would, yes, that's the front passenger door.
I'm going to go to 111, Victor, Victor. Is this the defect in the front passenger window that you marked with a B?
Yes,
I'm going to go to 112, Victor, Victor. Is this the 3rd defect sticker that you have as a C?
yes,
I'm going to go to 113, Victor, Victor. Is that also a defect that you captured?
yes.
And 114, Victor, Victor. Now, what does this slide indicate?
When a victim is on the scene and they do not have ID on them, they being the homicide unit will request another, check the zone and see if there is a zone that has an officer with a mobile scanning unit. And someone came to the scene with this unit.
And does it confirm the identity of a homicide victim on scene?
Yeah, so they take the person's finger and they put it right there, and then it comes back with information, and his name is up here.
And can you state that name at the top?
Yes, it is Drinks Shamel Dash.
And is some of it cut off as the middle name? But Shamel Drinks.
Yes,
I'm going to publish the next photograph. Was this some items collected or in Mr. Drink's pockets?
yes,
I'm going to go back to, just go back a couple slides to where it shows the 3 defect stickers on the door. Now, you remember when we were talking about the wound, the bullet hole in the right side of Mr. Drink's neck?
yes,
Do you remember when we discussed the jacket that had the bullet hole on the right side of the jacket?
yes,
And do you remember when we showed the photograph with the bullet hole on the right arm of Mr. Drinks?
yes,
If, with where this vehicle is placed and the 3 defects on the passenger side door, if the shots came from the right side of that vehicle, is that where the bullet wounds are on Mr. Drinks on his right side, consistent with that, right neck and right arm?
consistent with what?
Bullet coming from the passenger side door to where he's seated.
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
to 90 Victor Victor. Now, you know how we talked about that defect, and we're going to zoom in just a little bit in that door, on the inside of the door.
Yes.
Does that correspond with the defect on the outside of the driver's side door?
Yes.
So there's one defect on the driver's side door,
The front driver's door.
the front driver's door.
Yes.
Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Officer Davis, no further questions from the state.
Defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Davis, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm okay. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you got a lot of pictures in front of you, and I'm going to ask you about some of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My understanding, if we could display Miss Knight 105 VV. This is the firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, I noticed, and thank you, Ms. Knight. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks, you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged, or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone, could you publish 107 VB, please? So, Officer Davis, when you were working as a crime scene tech and you took over a scene, did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
So I don't take over a scene. I work under the direction of the homicide investigator. There are things that I know how to do from training, such as lifting prints and photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on a scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay,
So that was, and that's what I was trying to.
okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator? Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone?
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket, I put it in a bag, and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drink's arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you
Yes.
found it?
Yes,
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
there was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car, the car part.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to Drinks Shamel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
DS. Oh, I thought you wanted me to confirm. Sorry.
Admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so my question is this your thumb
My thumb, no, I
That's
don't
holding
have.
the machine?
That would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera. That's how that's photographed. So I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture.
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred.
Yes.
Okay. We, the state asked you about confirming the identity.
Mhm.
From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shamal Drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS-55? In the top
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, But you would agree that this DS-55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shamal Drinks at 1:06 a.m.
Yes,
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan,
yes, I
and
do.
he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.
He was what? At the scene
Prior to 1:06 a.m.
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't he?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right. Thank you
You're welcome.
for the questions.
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
One brief follow-up, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12:20 right now. Let's plan to be back at 1:30. Well, there's something, maybe 1:45. I think we've got a matter we need to deal with. So 1:45 for y'all. All right, so what I would propose, and y'all can suggest if you want to, would be that the state and the defense and Detective Thorpe get together and try to resolve whatever you can, and then why don't we come back at 1:20 to take up anything that can't be resolved, to sort that out, okay? Great. Investigator Thorpe issues.
Yes, we're going to all need to stay confined to the report that we served.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay.
That's fine.
All right. So is there anything else? I mean, I told the jury 1:45, so, okay. Well, then we can just be in recess until then. Yay.
You said 125.
All right, for the record.
Thank you. You'll swear on that witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear first testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's it. All right, state, spell your first and last name for the court. To the mic, please.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe.
And good afternoon, Detective Thorpe. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to welcome you back. And I want to really direct your attention to March of 2022. Have you been assigned the homicide investigation of the death of a Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes, I have been.
And when did that homicide occur?
It happened March 11th, 2022.
And where was the location of that homicide?
It was 7585 North at Fair Street, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions? No questions. All right, thank you for your time. You're probably our fastest witness yet.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Cooper Jackson to the stand.
Well, clearly we've fallen off of our, they're coming in and going out. So if we could get back to that, it would be great.
Your Honor, she should be momentarily. She was close to the courtroom when I left her, so something may have came up.
Nobody anticipated that witness being quite as fast as they were, I guess.
Raise your right hand. You swear first testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? All right, you can state your first and last name. And spell your first and last name. Now, to the microphone.
Rebecca Cooper Jackson, REBECCA, Cooper, COOPER, Jackson, JACKSON.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Currently, I work for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I am a latent print examiner. I'm the supervisor of that section.
Can you explain what you do as the supervisor of that section?
Sure. Currently, I supervise a small group of latent print examiners. We retrieve evidence. We submit evidence for searches in our APHIS system. We do comparisons, analysis for all evidence that revolves around latent prints.
Now, how long have you been in the supervisory position?
Almost a year now,
How long have you worked with Atlanta Police Department?
since 2021.
When you came on in 2021, what was your role?
I was a senior latent print examiner at that time.
And did you remain a senior latent fingerprint analyzer until becoming supervisor?
I did.
Now, before working for Atlanta Police Department, where did you work before?
I worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
When did you first begin working for the GBI?
Back in 2019 or 17, I believe.
And what were you hired for at the GBI?
The same. I was a latent print examiner. I had recently graduated from the International Latent Print Examiner Training Academy before starting on there.
What did that academy entail regarding training?
So it was about 5 months of rigorous training on an Army base in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And we learned the fingerprints, how to compare latent prints. We also learned how to collect evidence, latent print evidence, to testify. We discussed court testimony, also ethics and bias, how to handle evidence, and essentially anything that had to do with latent print evidence that would be submitted in court cases.
After that training, did you have any training within the GBI before reviewing cases there?
I did. I also had mostly repeat training, getting acclimated to their system, how they wrote reports and things of that nature.
Now, what is your educational background before working at the GBI?
I hold a degree in biological sciences from Howard University.
And if you had to ballpark in terms of either conducting the analysis yourself or as a supervisor, how many latent fingerprints have you analyzed?
Thousands. It's hard to quantify it. I not only do casework or previously did casework, but I also peer review others' casework. So it adds up pretty quickly.
And is peer review a part of the typical process?
It is. Latent print examiners utilize the ACE-V methodology. And so we analyze, compare, evaluate, and then verify latent print casework. And so the V, the verification, would be an equivalent to a peer review, a kind of a check and balance system.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Cooper Jackson as an expert in latent print analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I wanted to ask you, can you explain that acronym that you just used for the process?
Sure. Again, it's ACE-V, and it is an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. During the
I apologize. Keep going.
No, during the analysis phase, a latent print examiner would receive the evidence and analyze the images or cards that he or she received. They are looking for characteristics that make each fingerprint unique. During the comparison phase, the examiner would be given or search and find another latent print or a known print to compare it to. And we would do a side-by-side analysis of both the latent print and the fingerprint that has been presented for comparison. After doing that, we compared the minutia, the characteristics of the latent fingerprint, and come to essentially a decision. That's the evaluation phase. And then after that, that fingerprint will go on to another qualified examiner to be verified, and that's the V.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a couple terms that you may come across. What is friction ridge skin?
So friction-rich skin is simply the skin that you find on the palms of your hands or the soles of your feet. It has ridges and furrows. It allows us to grasp objects, or walk without slipping. It's what's giving us traction to hold things.
What is an inked fingerprint?
So an inked fingerprint is typically described as an intentional reproduction of the friction-rich skin. So it's intentionally done. If you go for a job interview, or perhaps you are interested in adoption, I think you have to have your fingerprints taken. If you work in a bar or as an Uber driver, it's essentially intentionally taking the fingerprints. You know you're having your fingerprints taken, and there's a technical person who is assisting in that process.
How would you describe what a latent print is in general?
A latent print is an unintentional reproduction on that object.
Now, what are the basic principles for using fingerprints as a way to identify someone?
So typically, we've been given the premise two individuals had the same fingers. Fingerprints are formed in utero, both outside environment factors as well as in factors inside the womb control when the fingerprints are developed, how they develop, and so on. There are 3 different types of fingerprint patterns, but what make the fingerprints unique are the minutia, or we refer to them more commonly as the characteristics.
Now, I wanted to approach you with what's been marked as 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Charlie.
So is that a Victor 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 Alpha,
Yes, Your
Bravo,
Honor.
and Charlie? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And before testifying, were you able to review these documents?
Yes, sir, I was.
What are those exhibits that I just handed you, 122 Victor Victor and Alpha through Charlie?
The first is a latent print hit report, and it has the name of an individual who was searched on our APHIS database back in 2022, it looks like. The second is a copy of the fingerprint card of that individual. And the last is the comparison, a screenshot of the comparison that was done on our APHIS system.
And are those all documentation that you personally were involved with, either creating or reviewing?
Correct.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the documents for that latent print analysis that you did?
Yes, for the most part. The photocopy is a little smudged, I guess, but for the most part, this is the same content and same documents that I reviewed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Alpha through Charlie.
I'm sorry, can I just take a quick?
Yeah, you may. And just for my clarity, that's 4 total exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look. Any objection? All right, they're admitted without objection.
Now, when you review latent fingerprints with APD, do you yourself generate a report?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is, I'm going to approach the witness, won't be published, but with a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that a report that you generated for a latent fingerprint?
Correct.
And does that report pertain to the documents we just introduced?
Yes.
Your Honor, not for publication, but the state will introduce state's exhibit, and I will mark that as 122 Victor Victor Delta. Now, at this time,
All right,
That's just for the record.
I'm not really sure.
it's to assist the witness with having the report she generated for the fingerprint analysis because they go hand in hand.
Okay, but you're not introducing it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, what was the case you got involved with for this latent print analysis? Who requested your services?
I received the latent print evidence, it appears on March 15th of 2022, likely from my supervisor at that time.
Who made the request?
I believe it was Sandra Tullis.
And was there a officer or crime scene technician who initially gathered the print that you analyzed?
Correct. It looks like the latent impressions lifted by is filled out by Officer A. Hogan and CST Davis.
Crime scene technician Davis?
Correct.
So when you got that report, what did you do next? Or request, I should say.
Well, we, as I stated earlier, we utilize the ACE-V methodology. So upon receiving the evidence, I analyzed the lift card for impressions that would be of value to search in our APHIS database. I did that. It appears that one latent print was searched on the APHIS database and resulted in an identification that's listed here on the latent print hit report.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor. Is this a document that you create for latent print analysis that you do within APD?
Yes.
And who was the victim in the case created this report for?
Shamel Drinks.
And this was when it has a latent impression lifted by, is that the Officer Hogan and Crime Scene Tech Davis you just discussed?
Yes.
Now, I want to publish 122 Victor Victor Alpha. What is 122 Victor Victor Alpha?
This is the fingerprint card bearing the name Christian Johnson.
And when you place this partial latent print into your system, who did it return back to?
Christian Johnson.
And with this document published, 122 Victor Victor Alpha, are any number of individuals' fingerprints in different databases?
Yes. Commonly, one individual may show up in one or several databases. I believe in this case, Christian Johnson showed up not only in the Atlanta Police Department database, but there is a note that also it hit to or was matched to a print in the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. So the FBI and APD on this one.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Bravo. What is this? You had mentioned earlier about with copying a document, one of them had a smudge. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, this and the page with the actual lift card. It just looks a little distorted.
What is the print on the right?
The right is the known print. That is the print that returned in the database.
And do you see those dots on that print?
I do.
What are those?
Those are the minutia or the characteristics that were marked that signal that the fingerprint is unique. So we mark those characteristics for the search. In this case, it is because we were doing a side-by-side comparison. And so where you see the marks on the right-hand side correspond with those that you actually cannot see on the left.
And can I ask one small favor? There's a wooden pointer right behind you. I'm going to grab for you.
Okay.
If you could show the jury using this pointer what you were just discussing.
So here, I talked about the.
Do we have that lapel mic available or something if she's going to be up for very long so that everybody can make sure they hear her?
Yes, Your Honor. I will let her use this mic.
That works as
I'll place it
well.
right here.
Okay.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier the minutia or the characteristics. And so you would see here a characteristic where you see the circles we mark so that you have correspondence from the known to the latent. And this one, it appears a little dark. When I looked at it, it was a lot clearer, but for whatever reason, it's dark. But it would be us marking what we see here in the latent and where it corresponds to the known print. Sorry about that.
Not your fault at all. And before testifying today, were you able to look at the original, the clear quality of this document?
Yes, I did. I have a copy.
And when you did the visual comparison in this case, were you able to visually see the comparisons or comparables out here?
Yes, I used the original look card to do the comparison, so there was no issue with the comparison. Also, when you get the candidate list back, there is a score, and oftentimes the higher score identification. Of course, we still have to do the comparison, but sometimes that can be a signal of an identification.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Charlie. And zoom in here. What is this, a copy of the initial latent print that was collected from Crime Scene Tech Davis?
Correct. Here, it's upside down, but here is where I saw, thank you, where I saw the latent print, and this is what Ms. Davis lifted, and then this is what was actually searched in the APHIS system.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 87 Victor Victor. Give me one moment, Ms. Jackson. While that is being pulled up in a nutshell, when you get a print like the one collected, you initially have it in the system, and back in 2022, how many comparisons would be returned?
At that time, we would look at a list of 10 candidates. Is at 5.
In present day, is comparison, but back in 2022, it was 10.
Correct.
And once you get those comparisons, is that when you I'm gonna try to switch this one. Once you get those comparisons back, is that when you do the visual comparison side by side?
Exactly.
So you get 10 or 5 possible fingerprints, and then you use your training experience to compare.
Exactly.
And what's on the screen, 87 Victor Victor, is this how latent fingerprints come to you in terms of like their actually collected?
Typically, I receive a powder fingerprint. I'm not sure why there's this red hue behind this one, but typically I get it as a powder fingerprint. It's a lot clearer.
And if that was possibly red paint of a vehicle, could that explain why it has that red hue?
Absolutely.
I'm going to go back to 122 Victor Victor Charlie. And this is the copy of the latent print that you initially received and conducted this testing?
That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Jackson. I may have a couple more questions, but just 1 minute. Your Honor, no further questions at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein, any defense questions? All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. The state calls Detective Bender to the stand. My apologies, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. I need you. Announce your first and last name. And speak first and last name for the court's knowledge.
Okay, it's Detective Bender. It's Lisa Bender, Lisa Bender.
How are you doing, Detective Bender?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Where do you work currently?
I currently work for Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit
How long have you been with APD Homicide?
for over 5 years,
How long have you been with APD overall?
14 years.
And what units were you a detective in before homicide?
I was in the Zone 6 unit.
And before being a Zone 6 unit, were you a Zone 6 patrol?
No, prior to that, I was in public affairs. Prior to that, Zone 5 patrol.
Now, since your time in APD and specifically homicide, have you ever had to utilize license plate readers or LPRs?
Yes,
How frequently have you utilized those in investigations?
pretty frequently. Anytime there's a vehicle involved, we're normally using the license plate readers.
And back in March of 2022, you were in APD homicide?
That's correct.
Did you have any neighboring APD detectives whose offices were nearby yours?
Yes,
Was one of them Detective Hogan?
yes.
And can you describe just in general how you utilize LPRs?
Just in general, well, you can do it several ways. One way is if you already have a tag number, you can plug that into the LPR and you can give a time frame that you're looking for, and the license plate reader will bring back what we call hits of how many times it hits a license plate reader around the city. Another way that you can do it is you can, if you're looking to find a tag number, you can plug in a time frame and flip through pictures of the vehicles and pictures of the tags, and you can find them that way.
Now, did you ever did you ever assist Detective Hogan with a homicide investigation he was working in March 2022?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We sit near each other, and we all work as a team anyway. And he needed some information. He needed some tag numbers for some suspect vehicles for his homicide.
And when you how did you help him out?
So Detective Hogan gave me a time frame of where the suspect vehicles were prior to the homicide time. And what I did was I looked at the location. He had information of them being a convenience store. So I looked in the area for the closest license plate reader that we had to the convenience store, or reader or readers. And then plugged in the time frame to that license plate reader. He also gave me the description of the vehicles and of course the direction of travel, which helped me identify which license plate reader to look at. So once I plugged in the time frame, I knew the suspect vehicle descriptions. I was able to flip through the pictures and find those vehicles and find their tags.
And once you found those tags, were you able to search or determine other locations in the relevant time frame where those vehicles were?
Yes. So once we had the tag numbers, we were able to plug those into the license plate reader, and I put in a specific time frame that Detective Hogan was looking for, and we were able to see what we call hits when they hit across the city on the readers.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 118 Victor Victor through 120 Victor Victor. And Detective Bender, before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review these 3 exhibits?
I did.
What are they?
These are license plate reads for a specific time frame for 3 different vehicles, 2 suspects' vehicles, and the victim vehicle.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle queries that you assisted Detective Hogan with?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 118 through 120 Victor Victor.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to publish 118 Victor Victor first. And Detective Bender, you have that physical copy. There also will be one that comes up on that computer screen and the big screen behind you.
Okay.
I'm going to zoom in at the very bottom of this first page and ask you, while that's being pulled up, what was the event timestamp, or other words, time frame you were looking for these vehicles, the date and time?
Oh, so March 14th, 2022. Excuse me. So this particular timestamp is 4:31 p.m.
And what was March 14th, 2022, at what time to what date?
What time did we query?
Correct. Or what time frame was the query in terms of, was it March 14th at 8 a.m., March 14th at midnight? At the very bottom of page 1 under event timestamp in 118 Victor Victor.
Okay, yeah, so it was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And scrolling back up to the top of page 1, what was this vehicle that we're looking at with this exhibit in general, and what was the tag?
Okay, it's a white Audi sedan, and the tag is 8 Edward David 7071.
And when you were assisting this investigation, was this possible suspect vehicle or victim vehicle?
Possible suspect vehicle.
Now, what is and can you explain for the jury, and I got a pointer to help you, kind of what we're seeing here when you get these LPR queries?
Mm-hmm.
There's a larger screen behind you. Can you kind of break down what these boxes pertain to?
Okay, sure. So, so this first box would be the license plate number. The LPR unit would be where we have the license plate reader. So that's where the license plate reader is located. And this one's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound. So it'd be facing eastbound. That would be the direction of the vehicles traveling at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest. And of course, the time, the date stamp, and then the time stamp, manual capture. When it says no, it automatically takes pictures every time a vehicle goes through the reader. So nobody stopped and took the picture. It's just the machine doing it on its own. And then of course there's a photo of the vehicle. So it has a close-up of the tag and then a photo of the vehicle that went through the license plate reader camera.
And is this how, when you query LPRs, that it comes back in this format?
Yes.
Now, what was so your time frame was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So what was the first LPR read for the white Audi in that time frame?
Okay, so the first one would be Cleveland Avenue Southwest traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest on the 14th of March, 2022. And this timestamp is 3:22 and 45 seconds, 3:22 p.m.
And does it capture, and as we see that photograph at the very top, is that pertain to that LPR reader?
It does.
Now, is there another query right after that that's also Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound?
Yes.
And from this photograph capture, does that white Audi have any tint on the windows or not?
It appears to have tint on the windows.
Now, turning to page 2, where is the vehicle? Do you have 3 hits starting at 5:06 p.m. to 5:12 p.m.? Do you see that?
I do.
Where in general are those 3 hits located?
They're all along Metropolitan Parkway at different cross streets. So one's at Fair Drive Southwest, one at University Avenue, and one at Perkerson Road.
Now, is there different parts of the city that have more LPR readers than others?
There are.
And is there times where if you're at a particular part in Atlanta where there's a lot of cameras, you may get a bunch of LPR hits in a short span of time?
Correct. If the vehicle's traveling in that direction and the license plate readers are picking it up, yes.
Now, I want to turn to page 3 of this white Audi LPR. Where was the vehicle at 5:14 p.m.?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest.
And after that 5:14 p.m. LPR, when is the next hit?
The next hit is at 5:21 p.m.
Do you see, and after that 5:21?
Another hit? Yes, sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir. At 8:07 p.m.
And when it hits at 8:07 p.m., is this March 14th?
It's still March 14th, yes.
Where is the vehicle at 8:07 p.m. on March 14th?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling westbound at Highway 75.
Now, turning to page 4, after that 8:07 p.m. query, when is the next hit?
The next hit is still March 14th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m. And that's at Forest Hills Drive Southwest, southbound at 6th Street Southwest.
Now, that's at 8:28 p.m.?
Yes.
When is the next hit after that 8:28 p.m.?
It is still March 14th, 2022, 8:30 p.m. at Forest Hills Drive, Southwest northbound and 6th Street West.
And after that 8:30 p.m. hit, when is that vehicle captured on LPR, the white Audi, next?
3:14 of 22 at 9:44 p.m. And that's Forest Hills Drive, Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
After that 9:44 p.m. March 14th hit, where does it come up next?
The next hit is still same day, 3:14:22 at 9:49 p.m. That's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
After that 9:49 p.m. on March 14th, LPR hit at Windsor Street Southwest northbound near Richardson Street, when is the next time that white Audi is captured?
Okay, still same day, 3:14:22 at 10:12 p.m. It says the number 3 Interchange Drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, from this 10:12 PM hit.
For whatever this discussion is there going to be anything else? Okay.
The state will be sending this person field an email in regards to a witness issue for your honor.
Okay. Do you want to approach up here to the bench and somebody from